basically, when we see your name and address on the left-hand side, we want to basically score through it, either diagonal or just go through it, and then we want to put basically dormant, date and sign, make a copy, scan copy, and then we want to basically send the UTR number back to HMRC's address, which is on the right-hand side of the document, and we want to keep and file as evidence that we've actually done this, and we want to do it recorded, signed for first class, and send that back to HMRC, and then you won't hear from them again. And that then is the process of the limited company set up. Okay, we are live.
Okay. Right, so just that last bit, because a lot of people ask questions about that last bit. When you the HMRC part,
yeah.
When you first set the company up, the limited company, you do that either rating dormant or 99959.
So it's just dormant. So it is.
Yeah.
Dormant, date, sign.
So it's just two different groups. You're dealing with Companies House, which is one part of the government, but then HMRC is the other part. You have to make sure they're both dormant, don't you?
You don't have to. You're writing dormant down when you set up your limited company.
Yeah.
But you don't have to write it.
No.
So
you're setting it up dormant, but with the HMRC, you have to make sure you send that back, don't you?
Yeah, maybe it's good to just clarify the jurisdictions of the Crown Corporation.
This is absolutely
the jurisdiction of England
untrue.
and Wales, and HMRC comes under the jurisdiction of the United Kingdom. So what we're doing, we're basically being allowed.
What are Freemasons? Talking about your name, the trust, birth certificate, corporation, estate. Crown Corporation owns the copyright of the birth certificate in England. And it's talking about setting up into private. And just briefly, 2021 Return to Democracy. Oh, such disinformation. The one I found more helpful was what I was listening to earlier. You cannot, if you're renting a place in England, cannot set up the birth certificate into what this individual does. I can't play it. Discussing to do limited company. HMRC is a limited company too. There's all commerce and business. And also somebody's saying something about Telegram. Let me get that back up. Where was that link I just had? That Telegram is used. The founder has connections with something to do with the UN. And it is alleged it's more like a surveillance social media platform. The founder, that is. So let me see if I can find that again. I know I've got a broken tooth, so I'm in a lot of pain. Don't think I'll better find it. It was random, I found it. Anything to do with Internet of Things is potentially linked to monitoring everything you do anyway. So, right. Intended for today, shocking interview with Rob Duncan, DARPA whistleblower. This goes into how they're using long time brain implants, interfacing, mind control, cybernetics, direct energy weapons, Havana syndrome, ethics and nuclear weapons. Can you believe that? The global agenda is to link up humanity with machine. Let's see if we can find a link to this interview. And I play in the background as I try and fresh up, but I've been ill all day with this pain. If anyone on social media is the same mentally and healthily, it's Ramona D. In America, she's Indian origin woman, and a neighbour, who this gaslighting targeting program, they bring in infiltrators to do certain things. But it's not the one I wanted to talk about, so I want to go back to that link. So I come off that and see if I can find a link. I don't think I can get Zoom on this. I might try it on this device. It's always cookies. I don't think I can get Zoom. I'm so badly hacked at the moment. Again. Just trying to survive. So my life is like a bloody milk. It's like a movie. They already know that because they got infiltrated into all my records. Housing, house, social care, etc., etc. Why people seem such a threat to the system? Smart technology, smartphones, is like a little computer in your hand. The analog is better because you just your phone call. I don't even know, even the cheap analog phones these days are still the same. I used to have loads of analog phones, they were so cheap and easy. Put your SIM card, you top it up, you just do your phone call and just text. But now everything, all the advanced technology, and that's changing to, right, let's have a look. And they're playing mind games, aren't they? And they're switching on and off this phone. and taking the hacking. It's not changed. You know, when your computer's hacked, it doesn't matter what protection software the deep dark net web hackers are there to make income and stream your data on the dark web. It's disgusting. When I got robbed, it was by design. I had one analog phone, or two that still worked reasonably well, and it had photos from years ago of evidence when I was harmed by public servants physically. But there isn't any remedy when you're on a targeted list. They lifted me up in a bath of boiling water. They didn't test the water, did they? Burnt on my back. Long time ago now. Yeah, I can't get anywhere because of hacking this device. Yeah, can't use the computer either. I've already downloaded the software, but I just can't link into it. Doesn't matter. Not bothered. You can hear notifications, but it's just the way they hack into your device. I'm in the third category, which means the highest element of surveillance to be monitored in every regard. And why? Because I'm just knowledgeable. I've learned so much over the years. And it's just public information. You just dig and find out. But when you get lies and fabricated, so I'm seen as an asset, really, in that regard. Because of the Milo Labs military abductions to the demonic underground dumps. And they use technology in such a way, so astral planes, so you're out of your body. The way the technology is used. So the clones, I mean, if you don't believe, they've already done that, of the human genome. And then what they're doing with genome, 6 cells of the human body, and then the DNA. And what experimentations are they doing, and why the implants, and then why they're monitoring, and why they're using the illusion of, this is where, as a really, really good couple of channels actually this guy's got, and it says they live. The movie was good, but this guy's done some really breakdowns of the hologram, breaking down of the cover of these Nephilims, shapeshifters, taking the form of a human cell, of a human form, but within the actual body is actually demonic. And it's just very good information to know. It's not pleasant, but it's knowing that we do not deal with the flesh. There's particular scriptures out there people might quote about that, but as I speak, there's no way I'm going to. Not with a broken tooth. And I can't use it back home. I'm going to disappear off this face of the earth into wherever this world is changing. I will be disappeared because it's like if they do time travel already and much more sci-fi movies. It is fascinating. Right. There is fellowship, which is good. Christ's forgiveness. It's really hard to forgive those that's causing so much harm. Our mainstream media has pointed out we don't need electric cars. We don't even have electricity to run them, which I thought was ironic. Yeah, it is important to know about survival, the basic things from the old days. So in France, same individuals won another term. Interesting. So they've got cop circles back. Yeah, be careful about the use of information others give you. That's why it's important to do your own research. Illuminati, who are they? And on Someone News report, FBI in America warns cyber attacks on US food plants. What's this? An American channel claims alert. UK sends its special forces. This is going to be okay. It's always sometimes just for views. This guy says. Into Ukraine. What? Boris Johnson threatens to nuke Russia. Oh, for goodness me. Let me just... This is just disgusting. Come on. It's Rockefellers, families, banking elites. All just for show what's really going on.
And the site of a former chemical plant in Kremenskorsky in eastern Ukraine. The RBC Ukrainian media outlet reported last year that the plant at I can't pronounce it, but Kremenskory was used for uranium enrichment in Soviet times and still contains nuclear waste. Krylov said the Russian Ministry of Defense obtained a document which shows the facilities there are in critical condition. The second option throughout Russia. Russia has spies all throughout Ukraine and in Europe and in the United States, folks. They're a big country. They've been doing it for years. So this is not going very good. It is also being reported that Prime Minister Boris Johnson has threatened to nuke Russia in retaliation for a weapons of mass destruction event in Ukraine without NATO's approval. Now, I have several articles we're going to read you over the last couple weeks. We have been telling you this, but Russia has been telling the world that NATO is going to do a major false flag using weapons of mass destruction, either chemical, biological, or nuclear, in the Ukraine area, and they're going to blame Russia. This will give NATO and the United States a pretext to respond in kind, probably with tactical nukes. So this is all being set up. We told you this was going to happen. It looks like it's happening, and nobody wanted to believe me, or most people didn't believe me. They think I'm just full of BS. But I'm going to read you the articles, and you can make the decision yourself.
Oh, yeah.
Their goal is to carry out attacks in Crimea.
Where is this? Let's have a look. British SAS forces have entered Ukraine, Russian media reported, noting that they are experts in sabotage operations, guerrilla warfare. The goal is to carry out attacks in, I can't remember the country, can't pronounce the word, eastern Ukraine, on Russia-controlled territories. Moscow is threatening to say that this could be considered an official entry of Britain into the war against Russia. Russia-Britain tensions have escalated in the last 48 hours. Oh my gosh. Johnson threatening Russia with non-NATO nuclear weapons. The appearance of the British SAS Special Forces can be considered, and it just goes into that quote. This guy is flagged up. That has to be passed by the public servants in London. I'm not quite sure what department would that be. Great Britain is the primary target. It is an island nation that would minimise damage to the continent. What? It has something missile defence if they move without consulting NATO. Then Article 5 on the collective defence may not apply. Listened to him and thought that the noose around Boris Johnson's neck during this trip to his India. So yeah, the trip to India, I knew about that in the mainstream media.
What's happening, what is being planned. Russia has been warning for weeks and weeks that the United States and NATO is going to
Right.
television. This is Russian television, RT, which is financed by the Russian government. They are putting this information out today. Actually, last.
Yeah, I noticed RT and Telegram was taken off. So US plans to accuse Russia of using nukes in Ukraine and Moscow. Russia has accused US of planning to use the weapons of mass destruction. Bloody heck. Biological tactics. It's like bloody James Bond movie, this is, I tell you.
Last night, as towns of Slavic Nest and Kramatorsk. which are close to the front lines and controlled by.
Nothing new. These wars.
Wrote in a post on her Telegram.
Just
Does
pass forward in this.
bad word, and at his word, they're dismissing what he says. So now this is happening, just like we told you. The United States is encouraging Finland and Sweden and all these other countries to join NATO right now so they can put NATO forces on the border of Russia, folks. This has been planned for over 30 years. That NATO has planned to take Russia out. Now their plan is going into effect. And I do believe that we are going to be full-blown in a nuclear war pretty soon, folks. I don't have a date, but if this continues to escalate like I think it is, it's not going to be very long. Okay. So let's go ahead and read.
War News 24/7 website. History repeats itself. Putin's. Oh my gosh. He's a good researcher.
Read this article right now. This is coming in from War. He believed that the Germans would transfer forces to their ally, Finland, and from there would advance to St. Petersburg, then Leningrad. Leningrad cannot be saved in case of war, except who has to die to achieve the goals.
Innocent people.
Had reassured that no military-based long-term presence or power projection capability. Friends with.
Okay, so every day is a new day, just ready for the unthinkable to happen without warning. The UK, it's always a crowd of representatives. You know, look at the history of the Rockefellers, of the banking industry from London. Wow. Yeah, so there's a lot of people putting things on and alternative social media about this. Well. What's going to happen? You see, the underground bases, when they prepare these demonic entities and take people to train up, when civil war hits out, you're going to have these come out and start fighting. The radiation of 5G and all sorts of technologies as well is all about. These are the end of times. Such clear definition. And if you don't believe the spiritual God and angels around on this earth, it's just having that discernment, the peace, the solitude just to observe is hard. So many people have lost their lives, suffering, loss of jobs, businesses and homes, people are homeless. So much is going on, it's just not me. Call me an empath if you like, but I just I survive things for a reason. I'll keep surviving as long as I can. I never thought I'd live to see all this. Yeah, they're just gonna keep hacking my devices. Just documenting this. Yeah, thought so. Interesting, isn't it? Yeah, thought as much.
Tickmill, shaping the future of trading. With exceptional trading and
10 minuta gore, ja ću tu sljedeću minutu po minutu. Ovo ovdje je kometa Evelyn, koja se nalazi na zapadnoj obali Istre. Iznad zapadne obale Istre, znači to je neke, ova glavna orbita je prelazi preko, evo po minutu što tiče, ona je točno u 7:55, to je sada ovdje, bila točno u ravnini rijeke. To je vrlo, vrlo neobična koincidencija i ja jednostavno ne mogu vjerovati da je to bila nekakva...
I don't understand that Croatian language. No links in this time. It's interesting. It's going to Twitter. There's a guy in England called Roy claims maybe Sunday. Join the Zoom meeting. Yeah, right. Roy something. And he keeps doing this. If you'd like to join us at TI Talk, DM him the password. Interesting how people are linked up. He's got no message bell. So he thinks he's got 5,000 followers on Twitter. He thinks he knows it all. He's always narcissist about it.
Recording in progress. Are nutrition related, which brings me to my next point. Ruth was talking about
Hello?
talking with Jack Scaff.
Hold on a
Who's
minute.
supposed to be the guru of the
Just
marathon,
meet this.
and he's
Hello,
overweight.
Claire?
And
Yeah, hold
and I
on a
remember
minute.
I went to
I've
one
got to
of his
meet this.
talks, and
Hold on.
he was saying,
Hold on. I don't know.
high fat diets make you feel more satisfied. And I raised my hand. No, Jack.
Yeah, I know. I'm on Zoom as well, so I've got to get rid of this. Hold on. Hold on.
So,
Right, let me
like
meet
Jack,
the other one.
and like another one was Andrew Weil. I lectured with him at a conference, and I was actually
Hold on a minute.
stunned how, shall I say, rotund he was. Right. I
Hold on a
mean,
minute. How do I do this?
how people would listen to him or Jack about diet, I don't understand.
I'll just leave it. I'll just leave it.
You know,
Hold on. Just press the button.
they don't look healthy, and
Bloody phone.
in fact, because when I went to medical school, because
Oh, that's better. Oh, right. Now, yeah. Yeah, I've got you. Oh, I'm on mute, am I? Okay, I'm on mute. Oh, that's better. Yeah?
Sorry, Claire.
Is that better?
Yeah, I can hear you now. Can you hear me?
Oh, now I can. I sorted it. Hold on a minute.
It's alright.
Hold on. No, just meet something else. Let's just meet that. well, that doesn't call something else. Apparently, planet alignments
James Kaufman, World News Report today. Today is April 24th, 2022, 6:30 p.m. Central here in the U.S. God
planetary
bless you and yours, no matter
alignments.
where you are in the world, folks. Please subscribe, give us a thumbs up, link above
Watch
for
out for
critical
the
future
dates
updates.
for the end of
Although my
April
first
2022.
understanding was that the 17th through the 24th would be the best time to view the planets, well, it seems like they've changed their mind. According to the article, this is a great week to wake up early and look at the planets. All lined up perfectly. This morning, Jeff Dye photographed the pre-dawn scene from the Yunnan province of China. Quote, the display shocked me. It was so beautiful, says Dye. Quote, I watched as Saturn, Mars, Venus, and Jupiter rose one by one in the eastern sky. The dawn was so serene. I could see all of the celestial wonders reflect in the peace of waters of Lake Nyan. The view is about to improve more. Venus and Jupiter are converging for a tight conjunction on Saturday morning, April 30th.
Wow.
They will, quote, appear to nearly collide with each other, according to NASA. Due to the glare from both planets, some observers will see them merge into one very bright, spectacular glow. Between now and then, a crescent moon will glide by Venus and Jupiter, forming a lovely triangle on Tuesday morning, April 26th, and especially on Wednesday morning, April 27th. So set your alarm clocks for dawn and enjoy the shows. So I just don't know if that is Jupiter based on theplanetstoday.com, but I guess we'll take their word for it until the two planets collide. Please share, please subscribe, and always remember that anything is possible in Bizarro World.
Alignments, right. It was meant to be May 30th, 31st. You could witness a meteor shower that is due to cause to the Earth movement through. Let's have a look at these dates. Saturn. Apart from the planets, the moon will get close to each planet during this period. Saturn on 18th of June. On 21st of June, Mars. 22nd of June, Venus. 26th of June, Mercury. 27th of June. It's a full moon on 30th. 13th of July. Moon and Mars and stuff like that. Let's go to another news. Well, they've got those dates wrong. The conjunctions, it's called. A planetary conjunction, when two or more planets appear close to each other in the sky. In reality, they're very far away from each other. They share the same right ascension, longitude in the sky. Imagine that marks the sun's apparent path across the sky during the year. Okay. It'd be interesting to see the world events, what happens towards the end of July. End of June.
So I saw on your profile that you like to cook.
He knew he was complaining about their work being stolen. No, I didn't. These are going in before the work's made. This is before 1999 or at 1999. I don't know what's going on. So this isn't that they're putting it in to mock because I'm making a fuss. They're putting it in before and brought Heart home was torn. Look, all these things that happened for us brought us to this point. So it's
because now there's so many eyes on you that if somebody does try something now, there's all these people around you that are watching. And so it's not hidden in the darkness anymore.
That's a very, very good assessment. Exactly. Very, very true. And for those that don't have the voice,
we put the gospel of peace on our feet to walk in your light, peace and freedom with the Holy Spirit. We rebuke anxious thoughts. We take up your shield of faith for protection to block and destroy all the darts and threats thrown at us by the enemy. We put on the helmet of salvation to cover our minds and thoughts. reminding us that we are children of a mighty King. We are forgiven, set free, saved by the blood of Jesus. We take up the sword of the Spirit, your living word that has the power to demolish strongholds and is sharper than any double-edged sword. We come to you in prayer daily. In Jesus' mighty name we pray. Amen. What's up, you guys? Welcome to another episode of The Imagination. I'm your host, Emma, and today I'm thrilled to introduce to you today a guest that I've been wanting to connect with and feature and have been following for some time now, the original author of The Matrix, Tom Althouse. Tom comes to us today with an incredible mind-bending story that will leave your jaw on the floor. Born a gifted and artistic child, Tom continually had abusive adults and children at home and at school who did everything they could to squander his imagination, joy, and spirit. Little did these abusers know how unbreakable Tom's spirit was, and that he would later defy all odds that were against him to go on to create and author one of the most iconic screenplays and movie conceptualizations of all time called The Immortals. In fact, the movie idea was so iconic that it was stolen by Warner Brothers and made into a billion-dollar franchise that you all know today as The Matrix, without giving Tom credit where it was and is due. And Tom and his family have suffered dearly for shining a light down the rabbit hole of Tom's life that's resulted in a real-life story that may, in itself, be an even more complex, astounding, and layered story than the fictional impossibilities and intricacies that we all experienced watching The Matrix. Sometimes reality becomes stranger than fiction, and that is certainly the truth with what you are about to hear in today's show. As a survivor himself, Tom has also been a powerful voice for the voiceless, an advocate for survivors, and an ally for people like me who care to offer a helping hand in the fight for truth, justice, and freedom for children and survivors alike. He's gentle yet ferocious, and somebody that you absolutely want to have in your corner. And all I ask from all of you listening is that you rally around him, help elevate his voice, this important story, and stand in his corner as he has done and would do for any of us. I'm honored to introduce to you today loving father, survivor, advocate, writer, author, voice for the voiceless, bearer of light, man of God, and warrior for the children, the one, the only, Tom Althouse. Tom, thank you so much for being here with me today.
I'm totally moved, so it's going to take me a little while to get my composure back here because I'm used to being slammed, and that has been a main tactic where they crowd you with that noise, and to hear such a beautiful and thoughtful intro really, really does touch the soul. So, yeah, thank you.
Oh, you're welcome. It's hard to take. You have such a diverse story from beginning to end, and it's sometimes hard for me with a lot of these shows that I do to embrace all of that in an introduction. I think it's so important to give you guys that. I know that the spotlight, it's when you're out talking about this stuff, you're constantly getting bullied. You're constantly hearing that. And even though we have the strength to keep going, those little voices sometimes chatter in the back of our heads, and you all deserve to have those types of introductions, the same that you hear on a Joe Rogan podcast or any of these other shows. So it's my honor to have you here, and I wanted to connect with you for some time. I've been following your story and was so happy when our mutual friend, Penny L.A. Shepherd, reached out and was like, hey, it was such divine timing. I had just watched an interview you did with Carmen, another guest that's been on my show, and Penny reached out and was like, hey, I think you should reach out to Tom. He'd be great for your show. And I was like, oh, I'm going to do that right now. So I really appreciate you taking the time to come on. I know that you've been doing so many interviews, and this stuff's heavy. It can be really, draining to talk about this over and over and over again. But it's like we were saying before we logged on here, it takes these voices and it takes us being loud. That's our ultimate protection. That's how these stories get out. And even though we get that resistance from people, it actually protects survivors, and it protects truth tellers in a really odd way, because now there's so many eyes on you that if somebody does try something now, there's all these people around you that are watching. And so it's not hidden in the darkness anymore.
That's a very, very good assessment. Exactly. Very, very true. And for those that don't have the voice, you're a light for them. And different hosts like yourselves, like Carmen and others, are such a light and a vehicle for the tables to turn, for the wave to form, for that ripple to become a wave that will bring truth as truth finds its way. And it's very, very important. Many people, like you said before, the evidence is being destroyed. They don't have the proof with them anymore. And they need, one of the things they do is, the playbook is destroy. They use the words destroy your life. That's their tactic. They put it into their films. They ram it in your face. They'll buy off family members. They'll go after anything, your livelihood, your finances, your home, your children, anything they can do. And that is actually the #1 strategy in intellectual property theft. Now, big companies looking at that as the biggest moneymaker they can, they just do deal with one single family. So it's just considered under the title good business, which is a sham.
100%. And so for people not familiar with you, I know that I focused a little bit on the intro with the Matrix side, and I know that that's what you've done a lot of interviews on. I think your childhood and what you've been through way before all of this is just equally as important and fascinating as what you're going through now at this part of your life and what you've been dealing with the last decade. So I thought for this show, we would start it like how I would start with a lot of the guests, and let's talk about who Tom is. I'd love for you to let people know a little bit about your upbringing, where you grew up, because you have a really incredible survivor story. That in itself is an incredibly inspiring part of you, and I'd love for you to share a little bit about your upbringing and your parents and all of that.
Okay, very good. Yeah, from go, our bloodlines, apparently bloodlines are very important these days to what they like to call themselves the elite. Every time a chair is pulled out for me and I've been offered to come into the fold, they always say you're one of the elite now, or they make that in part of the offer. And so that's how they term themselves. And basically they do look at bloodlines. They look at your appearance. They look at how you come across in the demographic. They prefer to be that top tier in their minds. Actually, the pyramid's inverted. A lot of people that are pushed to the bottom are the ones that actually are the creative geniuses. They are the people who have the heart, the drive, that lion in them, or lioness, and the courage. And anything that would be considered a threat to them, this top tier, that might displace them, might reveal them. They try to counter with things such as everybody's dark, everybody is evil. It is whispered through are pushed through their art. Game of Thrones, you name it, they all have these things in there. That to get to the top, you have to do dirty play, and that the end justifies the means because you're actually taking care of your family. It's the laws of nature. My honeypot wife told me. It's like it was provided. So who was I at the beginning? I came in this world as most people do. But I realized I was very, very different in a very different setting. I thought, this can't be what reality is supposed to be. This can't be the way the world's supposed to be. There was beatings all the time. I'm not looking for pity. I'm just saying that's how I was sculpted in the beginning. Now I see it as it's important for who I became. In fact, I just got a call from this honeypot wife that's with the Disney group. And she contacted after this long period of not contacting. She cut off her own son. And one of the first pitches she made after all the things like marital affairs, you name it, that was part of this game to break the person, the target, was she said, look, all these things that happened for us brought us to this point, so it's all blessed and good. Well, that's a nice spin on it. And I went, okay, great. Yeah, I love that. That's the take they use, anything to cover themselves in the end. But in the beginning, I was born with a lot of abilities as far as art, writing, music, drawing, painting, sculpting, singing, dancing, acting, you name it. It was all there, all the arts. And I thought everybody has that. You know, if I went to sculpt something, it formed. It's like the hands know what to do. Then I realized those around me were getting angry at me, even at a young age, very angry. And they thought I took this for granted. But I didn't. I just thought we all had these abilities, and I just was quiet about it. In school, right from the get-go, when I went to kindergarten, first grade, I learned right away not to talk, because it seemed like the education system was such that you would spend an hour on the same topic, basically, and we wouldn't go anywhere. Where I was hungry for the concepts and to move on. What's the next concept? What's the next concept? I was taken to a special class. They were going to hold me back at a very young age. And they thought that I was, touched or something. And so what happened was, in that special class where they took us one-on-one, small groups, they realized I should advance 2 grades. So it was like when I actually felt like there was a meaning to speak up and to share the mind. Otherwise, I just went like this on tests. I didn't care. It didn't make any sense to me. Nobody explained why I'm there. Meanwhile, you're getting beaten at home all the time. Like, your face is clawed, you're scratched. If you got a toy for Christmas, I'm not looking for pity, but a toy for Christmas, it's crushed. the two brothers I had, they were allowed to take anything they like from me and have it. Even if the doctor gave us shots, they gave us these things like little sugar pills, I would put them in a little container to have something that was mine. They were taken and given to my brothers. To show you how weird this was, this upbringing, if we had Easter, I'd be given an Easter basket with chocolate. The chocolate would be given to my brothers. And so it was like this kind of thing where they knew they could do whatever they wanted. And there was this death wish that was placed on me where they could set, hit me, blame me, I get beat, thrown against furniture. It was like, so all this kind of stuff happened where even cases where I brought down in the living room in the middle of the night or game room in the middle of the night, like 3 a.m. in the morning, I'm supposed to go to school the next day. I'm brought down into the center of the game room, and there's my two brothers and my mom. And so she'd sit in this chair, look like a throne, and she'd have the two brothers come up and take turns hitting any way they wanted. I was not allowed to show feeling or emotion, otherwise it would be a beating from my mom. So my brother would come up, who's now with Disney and Spielberg, and he would just like right across the jaw. And my other brother would come up and kick in the gut. And I had to stand there without feeling and just, not show feeling. That's why the agents in the Matrix story, was translated from the Immortals, are not allowed to show feeling. They're actually humans, not robots in the program, where if they show feeling, they're terminated. And the phrase was no fear. So these elements in a mainstream media production usually come from an author who has personal experience, that each of these scenes have meaning to him or her. That was stripped away with Wachowskis. They said, we'll just let the audience figure out themselves. They have no attachment to the work. It was simply, quote, a ladder, Larry called it. So through these experiences, I learned a thing called layered thinking. Some people say it's dissociative. Disorder, but actually it's layered thinking. What I did was I tried to do something positive. I realized this is not my world. I don't live in the world. This is not my life. What I did was, as I got beat and not allowed to show feeling, I would think on a different layer of creating. So I wasn't allowed to do art. If I did art and brought art home, it was torn up at the door. The art was destroyed. I was allowed to play the piano or be a beating. I was allowed to play or I get beat. So I would do chores or my play. So I became very industrious that way. It's one element resulted or result. And then piano, I would sneak down if no one was around and just silently create and compose. So it was like
sibling, like were your brothers given the ability to create and do whatever they want? Was it just you that was?
That's right, just me.
Target? Yeah.
The idea was that I was a second born. Since I was a second born, there was a certain vendetta attached to second born by my mom, where her sister was second born and got away with everything growing up, so she was going to get back at her sister through me. And it was actually
into a bloodline family too, right? You discovered
very strong bloodline. I was never told till recently exactly what our bloodlines were, because I was not supposed to be privy to it. But apparently, what we are is I'm apparently attached to the line of David, so directly descended from David.
Wow.
And also Swiss royalty. We actually have a castle, Drakel, which was a family name, Trinity Troxel, and that was my grandma's name. And so that is a castle, forest, town in Switzerland. And so we had royal blood there. And then during 1066, a landmark point in history, Battle of Hastings, when William the Conqueror came from Normandy, they were very refined culture from Normandy. And they come over, and the Framptons, my relative, was knighted at the battle of 1066. Oh. So you have this incredible layering of bloodlines and successful bloodlines that, if you look at the Strong family name, Strong, we're changing our name. Aiden and I decided to change our name away from Althouse because we just have horrible memories of all the Althouse things. So we're going to change it to Strong. And when you look at our family name, Strong, Bell, it's interesting because I mentioned the Honey Pot wife. Just to divert a bit on a tangent, my mind works as a writer, so it follows the trails.
That's fine.
Okay, great. So I'm going to follow this trail. Yeah. So basically, the Honey Pot wife that was provided is related to the Strongs. So what they do is they actually intermarry bloodlines. If you look at Game of Thrones, these other series now, they're doing brothers and sisters is a big thing. They're trying to disrupt the family unit by being brothers and sisters as romantically involved. When my sister was bought, she came at me that way. And there was many cases where she came up and she would hug and say, don't let go. No, because you're like, if you're hugging your sister, you can be like, okay, great, okay, no, don't let go. And it's like, talking about how beautiful she is, this kind of stuff. That's part of the game when they're bought. So it's this idea to disrupt your world using siblings in wild and weird ways. So that's part of the game. And so I know the playbook very well. But back on track to the original thread we were doing, I've somehow, by being kept from these elements that I enjoyed, like art, like my teacher was like, you gotta do art, it led to an explosion in 9th grade where I wasn't allowed to say I did art, I wasn't allowed to say I had abilities, otherwise I would be beaten. So one of the things I was told was, the mockery thing that prepared me for what I was going through now was being introduced as a young child. I was told, no, you're mental, you're Satan, you're evil. And I still remember the shadow of my mom in the door frame at the 3 a.m. in the morning. And she's like this dark shadow in the door frame with backlit. And she's going, you've won, you're evil, you're Satan, you've won. And I'm like, all I could do as a child would go, I love you, Mom. And I knew I had to come up with creative ways to deal with the situation early on. I thought, well, she's not well. So, and my dad wasn't well. So my siblings weren't well.
Are they part of a cult too? Did you ever discover, like, did you grow up in a cult family where there was like SRA involved and like generational abuse, or was this really?
Yeah, there was definitely generational abuse. So it's like, and then they had this theory that Pat Robertson, that if you're involved in that, you're going to be bad. It's not true. That is not true. It's like my mom explained to me later. It's like our family line goes down a straight arrow. They even say it in Game of Thrones. Game of Thrones is actually reflective of our family. As Hollywood took the work, they started doing all these inputs. Like you'll see 7-2 on clocks and things like this. My birthday. But it's like they are actually doing this stuff because the biggest ripoff was this screenplay. I'll hold it up just so we can see it. So that's the Matrix, the Immortals, the Matrix.
Look at that.
So you'll see the Immortals title, and that's the specialist and director of the Copyright Office. And the date there is this the one that precedes the Matrix, just before the Matrix, December 98. So this is what was held and set in 99. So people are coming forward and saying so. All those tabs are all these different matches from Train Station Jackson, that you name it. It's all there. That's why the more evidence you have, it's not like the movies where you run with the tape to the news station and everything changes and the credits roll and everybody's happy and it's revealed. No, if you have the evidence, the harder they come on you, and that includes the alphabet boys like the FBI. So what you have, though, is, like, let me just follow that thread real quick. You have Larry Wachowski and Andy Wachowski with Dean Laurentiis, and he is the one that wined and dined them to, there it is, to be Paradise Films, Dean Laurentiis, Wachowski's, on Assassins. So they were brought to Hollywood, wined and dined, to be take the work. They wanted it in-house. And so Assassins is important because I had a work that I pitched called Assassins, which was a comedy about this guy who walks into the wrong room. He's going to an AA meeting. He walks in the wrong room, and it's about assassins. They're going to do this final thing that make each other first time. And this is back in 1990, right? And so the idea was that he has these lucky breaks where these assassins keep following him and think he's just an expert. And really, he wasn't meant to be an assassin. So they're doing that joke right there. And that's Dean Laurentiis, who wined and dined them, promised them beautiful women, richest fame, Larry's ladder, right? And they failed at everything. Painting, I'm taking a diversion here, but painting, they failed at their painting business, contracting, dropped out of school. Their mom said all they do was play video games. So why is Dean Laurentiis, wining and dining them? Their work, Carnivore and Plastic Man, still hasn't been made because it's B movies. They said their Bible was how to make $1 million in Hollywood by making basically B movies without losing a dime. That was Silver's philosophy. That was their philosophy. So they're not going to spend what my piece was, all the budget costs. So their job was to get under budget. What you find is you do have the Immortals under Tom Aldhouse, right? So under Tom Aldhouse, the Immortals. But here's the big part. When I come forward in 96, after I pitched it to Bonaventura in 93, I go to Hollywood. And that's when the Immortals title shows up. And you see Dean Laurentiis and Paradise Films and Dean Laurentiis Pictures under my title. So he's copyrighted my title, but sans Wachowskis. There's no Wachowskis. So you got Wachowskis with Dean Laurentiis on Assassins, but you don't have it on Immortals because they haven't been chosen yet. There was a big debate on who to use to claim my work. So the lady who wrote the Heidi Chronicles, Wendy Wasserstein, a Jewish playwright who did Broadway work, Heidi Chronicles. She was selected to be the first person to take it. In fact, there was an entry like this in the Copyright Office that we had that says that she was, quote, selected by Warner Brothers to write The Immortals. So she was commissioned by Warner Brothers to write The Immortals. No body of work. On these pieces, there's no body of work, but you'll see all those titles. All these subtitles there under Immortals create slots at the Copyright Office, no body of work, that they can slip any versions taken by studios that want to rip off The Immortals and stick it in there. And in the end, De Laurentiis, when I come forward in '96 to Hollywood to work with Will Garrett Theatric and Botanica and Ellen Gear, you see immediately at that same date, De Laurentiis, The Immortals, takes his name off The Immortals, and it becomes under the title or ownership and creative license, or claim to be created by the biggest investment firms in the world. Investment firms don't create content, and then there's all those subtitles again under The Immortals, all these subtitles. So the investment firms now, it's a sham. That's why smart people get it.
Yeah.
Shills don't. They'll say, oh, we lost his case. That's what they're talking about. We lost the case. We didn't have our day yet. It's all fraud, which means no statute of limitations. They provided an attorney who had a suspended license. We're not going to win. And that way they get all the evidence. So what happens is these subtitles create those slots. And every time those investment firms give out my work, The Immortals, to any studio that wants a take on it, they feel free to do it and make a profit by giving it out, stolen material. Every time a studio takes The Immortals from these investment firms, they feel safe to take it because the investment firms claim creative and ownership. So that's the racket that's in place there.
Yeah.
And, it shows you just how deep it's. So we're able to put a light on exactly how they do it, and it is so far-fetched that they rely on personnel, finances, and power and tech. They own it all. They can destroy your life and make it miserable, and that's what follows the next chapters of all this, how they do that. It was actually Warner Brothers attorneys that reinstated Tony Rankin from Maui, who was classmates with Warner Brothers attorney from University of Berkeley School. So they actually had the audacity to claim they met before we even set a trial or filed. Rankin claims he's taken a vacation from Hawaii to California, just a weekend vacation. And lo and behold, he runs into Linda Burrow of Warner Brothers right there at Disney World. And she's going to be handling the case. What case? How'd that come up? Nothing's been discussed, nothing's been filed. Why are you discussing a case in Disney World on a chance meeting when Disney is actually the main player in this, Michael Eisner, who puts Mike Lang in place? 3 would get the work. It's mind-blowing. And supplies the honeypot wife, criminal record from Modesto, California, had been in jail and criminal record for prostitution, to be my wife. Tony Rankin, the one who's the classmates from Warner Brothers, is her landlord. She comes to me and brings me to Tony Rankin, saying she forgot that she knew him. And at the same time, they provided the Disney Broadway director, Terry Berliner, in 2005 at the same time, housed by Tony Rankin on Maui, who then, Terry Berliner, contracts me to be exclusive with her with my writings, puts a thing in the New York Journal saying Tom Oldhouse is a new upcoming playwright in New York magazines, and says, don't worry about The Immortals, there's plenty of stories in you. All set up by Disney. So what happens is, Pat Robertson, let's blow it a little more. Pat Robertson, blow it open. When I'm at his school, he is selecting me to face the Christian Coalition. I'm approached by his sex ring. This is how deep all the layers go and connect. By his guy who's now at Falwell's University, Liberty University, Harry Sova. Takes me on a trip alone in his motorhome. When I'm there, a student in a place where has a attrition rate of 50%, and I'm being considered to be the face of the Christian Coalition, be with Pat Robertson, the 700 Club, top #1 guy, the face to sell his new political arm, which incidentally, that Christian Coalition and the Law and Justice Center are the ones that appoint Gary Klosner through Bush called Robertson's team his dream team, to be the judge in place to throw our case when I finally come forward. Everything connected. It's worse. A guy named Lenny Coco is best friends with Bonaventura from Warner Brothers, who still claims, what does Bonaventura still claim? Bonaventura still claims that he shepherded and discovered, here it is. He still claims that he shepherded and discovered the Matrix story. Well, yeah, he pitched it to him. He had the full script. He actually went to a bank in New York and bragged that he had the greatest script ever. And so he's the one that has a penchant for saving the careers of failed writers and gave it to the Wachowskis. Now, all this can be checked. So if I'm making this up, it's a long reach to make this up when all this evidence can be shown. So what happens? How is Robertson connected to Lenny Coco to the law firms? It's all one big art of war tight circle. Robertson uses a student named Nadia Centino to approach me, who's a producer currently. Says, the script's hot, let me give it to my father-in-law, Lenny Coco, who's best friends with Bonaventura. Robertson, meanwhile, has two professors, well, one professor, Ned Vankovich, and his wife, Judy Nankovich, who's a model agency manager. How does she, a model on the East Coast, the extreme East Coast, Virginia Beach, end up suddenly in the coveted story departments of Disney and Universal Studios, Eisner and Joel Silver? How? So she does, and that's why Ned Vankovich calls me after I lose everything. Robertson strips me of everything. So I'm whispering through art, through a screenplay. He says, give it to me. Judy just got top positions in Disney and Universal Studios. Naively, I do. He said that it was wrong what happened to me. Played the game. And so out it goes to Disney, Michael Eisner. In 1993, that's when Mike Lang becomes in position as executive in charge of strategies for acquisition of intellectual property they don't own. That's when he comes in place. Who's he boss of? Harvey Weinstein. So my work goes immediately to him. In the Vanity Fair article, can we share screen real quick?
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay, watch this.
I appreciate you putting all this together, because that, I think, is one of the hardest things for people trying to understand these stories. Is the web is so intricate and deliberate and intentional.
Oh yeah.
Connections, and it's really hard to put that together in a short way for people to understand. It can sound crazy if you just give the overview. So connecting with this, I know people listening, their minds are just going to be blown listening to all these connections.
Well, now they're saying, Emma, that since I was smart enough to write, I'm not trying to brag, I'm just trying to lay this out. Smart enough to write The Matrix, he's smart enough to follow the trail. The Matrix was written in layers, the Immortals. So here we have Mike Lang resigns as CEO of Miramax, the one that provides the honeypot wife. And incidentally, keep in mind, the honeypot wife returns to Mike Lang after our case is thrown. She leaves my boy Aiden, says he should never have been born, and she's just doing a job. Her record is a sponge. Last thing we do as a family in this Modesto, California. And then she goes to bed with Mike Lang in Spokane, Washington, playground of Hollywood. We got the email that they struck from her devices, but it remained. Mike Lang leaves Miramax, which is the holding company for all the scripts that are taken that they don't own, that they want to get rights to. And they use the strategy that Mike Lang came up with, which is with the death of the authors, you simply absorb them through the courts you control with the judges you own. That's how you do it. You buy off family members so that there's no contesting. It's like Game of Thrones. So he leaves on March 16, 2012. This is after Rankin throws our case, but then we realize we can still go forward, and he leaves right when Joel Silver's supposed to be served. We don't know about Mike Lang. We don't know what's going on, but he's resigning from the Disney group and becoming a board member of still the laundering company now formed, Film Tracks, to control the Disney library. So there's Mike Lang in March 16, 2012, making a run. We don't know about him yet, not until he takes the honeypot wife back to bed in 2016. But here we go with Joel Silver also having to leave Warner Brothers after a 25-year relationship. At the same time, Mike Lang's exiting. And so if we can get this thing to move over, can't do it right now, hold on. So we look at the date on this. April 27, 2012, March 16, 2012, they're both leaving immediately, running for the hills. So 25-year relationship severed by Warner Brothers. Sophia Stewart actually calls me. She's trying to handle me at that point, saying, you made the biggest shakeup in film history, Tom. And also the head of Warner Brothers was removed also. All to cover up the fact that they had taken the Immortals. And so what's interesting about Mike Lang is at the time, he leads a trail right back to Disney. Now, we didn't know about him being involved in the way he was until he takes the honeypot wife to bed. Here's a picture of his bed with a shaving kit on it, on his multi-million-dollar historic property in Spokane, Washington, with a big L, Langs on Howard Street. And he's showing this to Becca, saying, "Move in with me for 60 days, Becca," on the email that he then struck from our devices, but we had on external drive or storage. So there it is, inviting her to join him on his property, move in with him. That's after she was provided to throw our case, have access to evidence, and make sure that no one else was with me, because they didn't want me with a wife that would actually support and be supportive, and we would succeed together and win these things. So she was there to make sure I was alerted at the right time when to come forward and have everything thrown. So, because they wanted me to file a suit at the statute of limitations. So what's interesting is they talk about the library, I'm looking for it, the Mike Lang Library, or the Disney Library. And that library is supposed to, it talks about how they have all these hard copy scripts from it waiting to be used and be absorbed. And it's estimated, they said it's 600 million, then 800 million. They call it the Disney Library. I'm not finding it right now. I won't take time to search for that right now, but that's what's going on. So yeah, so that's that. Now what's interesting is the Wachowskis, I'm going to divert one more time just so people can get a grasp of this is real. I want to make sure they understand this is real. If you look at the Animatrix, this clock right here is stuck in the Animatrix by the Wachowskis, right? Here's my license. You have 7 July, I'm born on July, 7, the black hand's on 7. You have 2nd of July, 2nd, the black hand's on 2. 59, the black hand's on 59, one before the 60. My birthday is on the clock. I am 44 in 2003 when they make it 4 past the 4. They found a clever way with the red hand to say, here's his age, here's his birthday. Clocks usually always were set to 10 after 10. So if you look at clocks at the time, always 10 after 10. That's how clocks are set. Here's a display at Walmart. That's how clocks are set in the industry, even for advertising purposes. It's a copyright protection. So that 10 after 10 is a smiling hands, they call it. Now in the industry, it is now my birthday, 7-2. On clocks all over the place. This was a joke to show that they had stolen the work and have a one-up on Warner Brothers. This is from Ratatouille, 7-2. Ratatouille, the cartoon. This is from Man in the High Castle, 7-2. Man in the High Castle. This is from, what's the other one they did? They just go on and on. Then they reverse the things. They'll do backwards and in pieces. This is very clever, how they did this reversed, the 7-2 reversed, but the 59's reversed too. See how the 59's reversed? On their side, the 7's reversed, and the 2's reversed. See that on the small? 7, 2, 59, all reversed. It's called the mirror image. They do the mirror image. You have Space Force. It's very vague. You can't really see there. The clock is 7-2 in that scene, and the clock is 7-2 in this scene. So what's the thing about Space Force? It's common knowledge that the work was taken. So this character right here in Space Force, his name is Mark Naird. Mark Naird. My brother's name is Mark Laird. Yeah, it gets worse. He calls his child Bub. That's what I call Aiden, Bub. The car he drives is my mom's car, Chevy Malibu, navy blue. It goes on and on and on with 7-2s all through the piece in the clock, no matter what scene you're in. So it's just really wild. So now 7-2 is starting to now enter into advertising. Isn't that something? Wait, there's one more I want to show you too, which is very, very clever. There's a series on, what is it called? There's a series like Angels and Demons, or I forget what it's called exactly. But if I can just find the clock again, inserts in other films. That's not it. Okay, sorry, I'm taking so much time here. Clocks, okay, here we go. Look at this one here. This is very clever. Good Omens, it's called. Now look how clever this is. Good Omen, 59, 2, 7, and the 4. Let's throw in the 4 for the age.
Oh my gosh.
All right there. This is done specifically on graphics that have to match copyright law. It has become okay to use my birthday in any film, any series in the industry, because I'm I'm supposed to be destroyed. They claim that I am, Disney and Warner Bros. Claims that I am through contacts, the star player on the bench. Until I learn to behave myself, I will be held. Another tactic they use is 302s. They put you away on a 302. They'll drag you away, paying, like my sister's bought by Brian Fitzpatrick. This is Brian Fitzpatrick. He is a lifelong FBI operative from California and just happens to become in 2016 Pennsylvania congressman. He owns my sister. He's also involved in destroying reputations such as disrupting Ukraine. This is a cover article in our local newspaper in Pennsylvania, covering the fact that he's working with the Go administration. It says the FBI doesn't usually send people overseas to work on stuff. You're right. So they say that as a cover. They also say that they were getting rid of this man named Shokin, who is equivalent to the Attorney General here in the United States. And so what they did was they got rid of him. Why did this man, who's FBI, go over to Ukraine and destroy this prosecutor general, Major Shokin? Because what's his excuse? He wasn't pushing for reform. Why is the FBI on foreign soil disrupting their politics and stability? This man right here has all positions throughout Congress, from Ways and Means to every specific, most important member of the committee you can be part of. And he is somebody who is what does he do with my sister? Black tie dinners in Washington. Number one president of psych people in Pennsylvania. Elementary school, which is the lowest in the province. Why is she president? Is this man also made her top psych person in Pennsylvania? Same background, why? And trips to the Caribbean, trips to London, trips all over on unlicensed school counselor. Also, Jimmy Fallon show, spokesperson on CNN. You've got her appearing as Sandy Hook's main player. Sandy Hook's she's drunk for media attention. All about image. Spray on tans, you name it, maid service, drinks like a fish, you name it. And her job, she switched from I'm your number one fan tone. That man came along to this, claiming I said I was suicidal and that's how you get a 302 dollar. Sending child services ads, a center for the elderly ads, anything she can do and saying she's never going to stop. This chief of police right here is under his conscious work. The police are military. No, they all work together. Depending on who's working with them. What you have is this yellow brick road behind this man's head. Dan Friel. Dan Friel is the one that instituted SWAT team hits on my home. Helicopters flying over after the 302 attack failed. And what did Julie get? Sister turned absolutely vicious and monstrous. She got on the floor of Congress, Fitzpatrick holding up her picture saying Basil's national treasure. And after the 302 failed, this man who's rewarded the SWAT teams sends what he sent over my home.
Back in the 1950s, most people aren't aware of it, but there was a scientific storm
right after the 302 attempt fails. So he's got the SWAT team. He's going to please the FBI. He's going to put on quite a show. So over at my parents' house, where 8 and 9 have just survived a 302 attempt. Secret Service had followed. My sister said Secret Service will be coming for me. Fitzpatrick hates you. He's going to put you away for life. Since it failed, they sent military choppers over our home. 2 of them circling directly over the home for 30 minutes. 2 helicopters circling our house. Now this goes on and on and on in perfect precision, right over the home. Fitzpatrick circling. Exactly. This is because of this man right here. As the helicopters fly, this they can look at their image. See the yellow brick road behind his head? The only other picture of this man online who sends these helicopters.
3 hours. Yeah, I thought so. Get back to what you're doing. We're blocking the traffic. No, this is the one you just played.
Using biblical references out of context to say that the woman is supposed to be the helpmate, a support of the husband is the head, the woman is the tail. They are scared to death of a woman revealing them that their image and legacy may be tainted. And they do not want a woman. As the helicopters fly, this is a good little nerd image. See the yellow brick road behind his head? The only other picture of this man online who sends these helicopters, and his SWAT team hits the my home.
And here comes the second one.
Where they're telling neighbors, you better get inside, you don't want to see this, which means there's going to be bloodshed. This man has the FBI National Academy behind his head, because he's a thug for the FBI. Warrington Township Police only deal with shoplifters, right? Let's turn the volume down. We know what this helicopter sounds like. As the helicopters fly, let's take a look more at this. So this gentleman goes to the Quantico FBI Training Academy. I have all the pieces. Notice the demographic here. Basically all white, middle-aged guys that are jogging, crawling, stepping, jogging along. A little run that gives them what when they're done? The only accomplishment this man ever made. The yellow brick. See the irony in the joke? The yellow brick road from the FBI right behind his head because he crawled along there. Now, consider this. The reason they're selected as the helicopters continue to fly, you have to be selected by the FBI to be part of the program. They have to select you. All you need is a high school equivalency. That's it. They want thugs. They want thugs. Their job then is to cooperate with the FBI. So what does this guy get after he cooperates and sends repeatedly police to our home? While cars are pulling up in front, harassing, shouting, doing things where neighbors call it in, they're told by this man they're not doing anything wrong. They're allowed to pull up in front of that house. This man does this work repeatedly, and the FBI gives him a very special book. Congressman Fitzpatrick rewards him very well, just like my sister, and gives them the most expensive facility ever in Warrington Township, a brand new police station with holding cells, top tech, multi-million-dollar thing for this clown right here. And it also has a special hotel facility where people can come, including FBI. My mom was on a tour with the Women's Club. They told her that the FBI has a special room that they can use now for consulting with this clown. And the psych people are now used now to make the 302 stick, since they couldn't make this stick. And the final bid, everybody in place, including a doctor from China named Zhang. See the helicopter keeps going?
Yeah.
Zhang, look at hovering now above the house. Zhang was a Chinese doctor. Didn't meet with me, just gets on a video feed. They need 3 people to say, oh, you're crazy, you're dangerous, commit you for life. A 302 is basically Guantanamo Bay on U.S. citizens, where you're hauled off if someone who's paid to say, oh, he's crazy, he said he's suicidal, he said he's going to kill people. So what happens is my sister tried to get me to say that when my son died. Sean was killed, the day of his death. She cut me off for 2 years after she got with Fitzpatrick. See the 2 helicopters there? Now there's the 2 showing right here. They're both there. Anyway, my sister doesn't call until after 2 years of absence, cuts me off. That's part of the playbook. You cut off, the FBI says you cut off your target. Cut them off, make them sweat, make them worried, make them think they did something wrong, that you lost the relationship. So she calls when Sean is killed, my one son. And he's murdered. I'm told by contacts he's murdered. Well, she calls the day he dies. I think it's for condolences. No, Julia Zarco is not calling for condolences. Julia Zarco is calling to say, you have to say, Tom, that you're angry, bipolar, and suicidal. Repeat it back to me. There's a male voice behind her whispering as she does it. So it goes like this, Emma. Tom, you have to say, because I'm like, Julie, I'm so glad you called. I'm so glad you called. Sean just died. No condolences. She goes right to this. Tom, you have to say that you're angry. Then you hear this. Bipolar, suicidal. I'm like, who's the guy? Who's this man in the back? So that's not a man, that's children. I'm at the school right now. You're making a call from the school, first of all, with elementary school children there, saying those words, doing that kind of hostility. And it's a man's voice. Then she says, if you don't say back to me that you're angry, bipolar, and suicidal, that means we can't have a relationship. And then Emma, she goes farther. If you don't say this back to me, you're saying I don't matter. Well, what am I going to say, Emma? An audience. I say, well, Julie, if that's the parameters, you don't matter. This is the woman who danced at her wedding with me, a brother dance, playing Wind Beneath the Wings, and claiming that if I hadn't been in her life, she would have died, killed herself. In tears, during the wedding. Said her was my biggest fan, had sent me materials on ethics of psych people, saying it's wrong, that you can't deny a report, and backing me after what Robertson had done. Robertson had launched the phrasing, Tom Oldhouse is dangerous and crazy with a gun. That's how he said it to make me lose everything, and led me to, after Soba take me on that trip, approached me with a sexual ring, saying Robertson was involved. So now that my sister Julie's bought, she says she's no longer about peacemaking, things like that. She's about success and power. She says that. And so she even gave me a call at one point and said, Tom, somewhere along the line I screwed up. And what did I say, Emma? I said, Julie, I'd go 1,000 miles to take care of you and help you if you're ever in need. Didn't make a difference, Emma. Didn't make a difference. When she got the psych report, we got a psych report done that actually came out, and I was in tears when the psych person told me, 2 years of testing. Gifted genius, tremendous empathy, and only with PTSD, where I put rose-colored glasses on to think everybody's good to cope with what had happened. That was my handling of it. So what does Julie do with it? Tears it up and throws a manic rage. And she's screaming at me, and I don't know how that ties to having a report that I'm trying to show everything's fine, we can connect, if you're worried about anything, everything's good. To her raging that everybody loves me, nobody doesn't love me, everybody loves me, no children are afraid of me, raging at me in a manic rage. So who has the problem? And so what happens is we finished the call that way, and I had said, I'm not these things, why are you doing this? Sean just died. So she gets off the phone and calls family members and says, Tom calls me all the time and says he's suicidal. Why are they doing that?
Oh my God.
Because Mike Lang's strategy and Robertson's strategy getting intellectual property is you have to have the author dead, and then you absorb it. You absorb the work. That's the strategy.
And they want to discredit you, so if they don't get the hit out, that everybody in public thinks that you're crazy when you're making these allegations too.
Exactly. And that's also very astute. That's the tactic they use for approaching people. Yeah. If somebody was romantically inclined to me, and many people, beautiful women came my way, even Miss Americas, they'll come to me and say, I'd like to date, I'd like to go out, because I didn't ask people out. And so it was like they called me the magnet. So they would come. Next thing they're approached like clockwork 2 weeks later by people they don't know, guys saying, you can't work with him, he's crazy, he's dangerous, using Robertson's rhetoric, which is now my sister's rhetoric, and my brother was with Spielberg and Disney. So they have to do this. And also it goes the idea where he's so evil, even Sophia Stewart says now, she said I was a footnote for history mocking. After she was handling me, she became attacking. Then she turned to, Tom's the evil one. They even drew up a whole write-up thing, which is supposed to be prophecy, where it says that my birthday belongs to the evil one, that I'm the evil one, the darkest of the dark, the son of light. This is being propounded and put forward throughout the industry. Yeah. Now, the reason to do this, too, is that if people steal the work, like the Wachowskis, they're able to go, well, he's evil, therefore it's like stopping Hitler. If you take his work, you're only doing a service for humanity. So take the work. Take it from the evil one. Now, the Wachowskis also do something. I'm going to show one more thing here, and I'll send it back to you. I know I didn't answer fully the childhood question, but I do
okay.
where it went. So thanks for going with me with this.
Yeah, no, that's always how these conversations that I have, they're always, but you need to be in order to, corroborate a story like this. So I appreciate you showing all of this.
Well, I appreciate your understanding, because that's the layers. That's what they do. They layer on things where they end up saying to the public, it's too convoluted. There's too much information, and they believe. They even say it in Game of Thrones that the public will give up. The public will say,
that's what we know, that's what Satan does. Satan has to tell his plan. He's a legalist. If he doesn't tell us, he doesn't get consent. So they put stuff in movies because if we watch it, we don't combat it. It sits in our unconscious mind. He's gaining the public's consent to do what he's doing, and he uses these pawns to do his agenda for him.
Exactly. Well said. I'm glad you said that. Now, here is the first graphic in the Matrix. The first graphic. Keep in mind that Wachowski said that every cell that went into the Matrix was by their doing only. Him, Andy and him equally, and no other person. And it was for their eyes only. And Susanna Bolgen, the art director, says it's because it keeps the project interesting for them. They didn't like my story. They didn't want to do my story. They wanted it as a ladder. They mocked it on set. They didn't think they'd have to do a 2 and 3. And that's why the matchups really follow 2 and 3. The train station, liquid mirrors, everything. Incidentally, the liquid mirrors are security devices at the train station, original work, where if you take the red pill, you can pass through them. And there's a lot to it. But they lifted all the images and simplified it out and said the little girl at the train station is just a backstory. Okay, so this graphic right here, let's take a look at this graphic. It is loaded with stuff. I mean, absolutely loaded with stuff. First thing they put in is going to be the most important one to them. Shot during the interrogation scene. You can see the pages are turning up in the corner here if you get a good look at it. They're actually in motion. So this is back during the time of VHS, 1999. So no way would you be able to freeze this shot, especially when you go to movie theaters. So this is in for a split second upside down. Susanna Bolgen said anything in for a split second is for the director's eyes only. So let's see what they put in. First of all, you see right here, July 22nd. July 22nd is what my birthdays was listed at in 1996 to 1999. So they put my birthday in there as July 22nd. Right on.
And where was this? If people are like, what does he mean where his birthday was listed? Was that a mistake that was somewhere online?
I was being great. Part of the strategy is erase the author. They're now saying Aiden doesn't exist. So my records are being erased. Even my social security disappeared. Everything disappeared. And they replaced a record online that said my birthday. It's a great question. I'm glad they asked. July 22nd shows up. USAA Insurance did a search on me. And recently it was being erased again. All they found was July 22nd as listed as my birthday, USA Insurance.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah, so what's so amazing about that is in later, what happens is in 2000, this is 1999, right? When they have my script on set, the 1998 version, I just showed you this gold sealed, proven the Copyright Office says can't be disputed, right? With all the matchups in it, train station, everything. So you got July 22nd here. Let's just take a look real quick. In 2003, it's corrected to July 2nd, 59 exactly. So in Animatrix, they corrected my exact birthday on the clock. Filled in the screen. Those are expensive graphics. When it should be the smiling hands 10 over 10. It becomes the industry standard. Wachowski's first to do it. So you understand what's going on here? They corrected their mistake in 2003. Let's go to the next entry. Thomas A. Well, that's a given, right? Thomas A. Anderson is my family's Scottish clan name. So they're doing Thomas A. Now, people would ask, well, why would they do all this research on you? Well, I think the answer is pretty basic. Not to pick, but they valued the work at $2 billion right now, over $2 billion. If the work is worth that much money and you're just dealing with one family and you want to mock the Wachowskis, they're not really creating, are they? They're still waiting to do Plastic Man and Carnivore. They're going to have research done to do what you just said, put it in plain sight, the Satan. So that's why of course they do the research. It doesn't take much research to find out I have a Scottish clan named Anderson. You just have to look at our family name and find that out, no problem. They also doesn't take much research to find my high school. Central West High, Tweaktas Junior High. Why is it turned into junior high instead of high school? Because they want Owen Patterson, the production manager, to get credit. There he is, Owen Patterson, with the same graphic. The joke is Owen Patterson High. Owen Patterson High right there. Owen Patterson, production manager. Keep in mind that Wachowski's blame Owen Patterson, the production manager, and Michelle McGahee, the art director, for putting all this in here. After they had said every cell that goes into these things is Andy and him alone. They backtrack. They blame it on them. Michelle McGahee The art director, right there, listed from his credits, is listed as Neo's mom to help complete the joke. Michelle McKinney is Neo's mom. Owen Patterson High School, the big joke, name a high school after you. My high school, Central West High. Let's just take a look at that. For audiences, let's go back from share screen. Well, actually, I have it up here. Right
But
here.
this is what's amazing is all these things are in so many movies. There's always little things in the background or things that they're holding or pictures or things to look at.
Yeah.
And we're so conditioned to, it happens so quick that we don't look. This is probably in all kinds of movies, things like this. So for people listening, like pay attention when you're watching any movie and especially go back and watch The Matrix and look for all of this.
Right, because they want to be more clever than the audience is clever than the writer.
Exactly.
They were embarrassed. And Joel Silver said in an article, I'm glad you said that, Emma. Joel Silver said in an article, the boys are embarrassed, the boys are embarrassed to do public speaking. Well, they already did public speaking, but they couldn't answer questions about the film. And here is what they put in to be more clever. Central West, we call it Central West. Central West High, my diploma. Central West, right there. I mean, what's the chances of having your high school? What is the chances? Mathematical equation, probability.
Impossible
have your
for all of this.
Yeah, just for that alone.
Yeah.
They have a clearance department where they have a clearance department that says, things have to be cleared because of copyright law. Well, that means any entry, anything they do. Susanna Bolgen talks about that. So Susanna Bolgen in an article talks about how the Wachowskis have to stack entries to get their jokes across. So here's what stacking is. July 22nd, Thomas A. Anderson Scottish clan name, Central West High, and John A., my dad's name, is Neo's dad. This is stacked. This is what they mean by stacking. The joke is in, isn't it? Is anybody going to see it? I wouldn't know about it unless somebody from the Warner Brothers story department gives me a call and says these things are there and this why. And that's exactly what happened. They called me and told me because the Wachowskis are not the clowns. They're made out to be fun-loving frat boys. They are maniacal egos. And that's why the 20-foot rule, if you're within 20 feet of them on set, you're fired because you'll see the screenplay in hand. The Immortals. Yeah. Now look at the column. This blue box column. TA 4099. Mirror image. TA 4090. TA was 40 and 99. What's the 380? The Wachowskis say they're about numerology. It's all here. They never expected this to be understood or dissected. No one was ever supposed to know this. Now they don't feel so clever, do they? Now they don't feel so clever. It didn't work. The public's winning. 380 in numerology basically means, as it's relayed to me, to take the most cherished possessions of someone and take it away from them, steal it, and help them prepare for their death. There's the suicide thing in there. There's stealing the work in a very clever way using numerology. And that's something. You can't get darker than this. You can't get darker than this.
Oh my gosh, I cannot believe the intent. I can, because like I said, when you understand how they work and how they communicate, they always have to tell us what they're doing, exactly what they're doing, but they don't do it in the same way you and I would communicate. They use symbols and they use all these different really cryptic ways of explaining what their plan is.
That's right.
And we're just so unconscious to it because we're hypnotized when we're watching movies and we don't pay attention to it. But it does not get more obvious than that. I think that's so incredible that you were able to capture all of that and recognize that. And the fact that of all names, Thomas A., all names that they had to pick out of the entire, all the millions of names in the world. What are the odds, like you said, that all of those things, just that alone would be very obvious. But all the rest of those things, come on.
Absolutely. One of their talking points, too, well said, is that, they knew he was complaining about their work being stolen. No, I didn't. These are going in before the work's made. This is before 1999 or at 1999. I don't know what's going on. So this isn't that they're putting it in to mock me because I'm making a fuss. They're putting it in before it's even released, before it's even made. They cannot strike it from all the DVDs and VHS and all those things out there. They can't. They're caught, right? So here we have Spielberg getting in the act too. Now this is where it gets chilling. They actually call him Spielberg in the industry. Keep in mind, I've had contacts call me from Warner Brothers, Disney, you name it, and they're saying it's common knowledge throughout our studios that your work was taken. Quentin, the Batman stuntman, he actually went through Warner Brothers asking them, do you know about Tom Aldhouse? They said, yes, it's common knowledge his work was taken by the Wachowskis, Matrix. But we're not supposed to talk about him or Diane Bellis, the story department head that the attorneys submitted our work to. So here, what we have with Spielberg here, this is 2002, Emma. And we have Minority Report. Tom Cruise plays that's a pretty good show, Minority Report, pre-crime, right? You're guilty of pre-crime. What we're talking about is Spielberg's talking about 302s, exactly what's going to be applied to me later. Now, here's how dirty it gets. Tom Cruise's character is Captain John Anderton. Captain is my dad's rank in the Navy. John is my dad's name. Anderton is a playoff, and a very clever playoff by his graphic person in Spielberg on Anderson. So Scottish clan name now has a T for Tom in Anderson. Captain John Anderton, this is all explained to me. What gets more chilling is, why is Tom Cruise guilty of pre-crime? Why is he going to be put away in stasis permanently where he'll never be able to be again with family? Why? Because his son is murdered. What's his son's name? Sean. What's my son's name? Going to be murdered after 2002. Sean. So Spielberg is announcing here to the world, Tom Aldhouse, son Sean, is going to be murdered, allowing us to do a pre-crime put away, as Tom Cruise character is going to face bearing the captain rank and name of his father and the Scottish clan name. Thank you, Mr. Spielberg. Spielberg is someone who was connected directly to my family. My brother, who's bought by Disney, is also bought by Spielberg. His wife provided him, is the cousin to Ben Burtt, Spielberg's #1 man. Spielberg also took one of my housemates, Kirsten Leslie, to Hollywood through his best friend, Peter, saying that if she had sex with him, she would have lead in Sweet Charity and also have dinner with Spielberg. Woohoo. She went for it. Then Peter told me on the phone, Spielberg's best friend, don't you ever effing come to Hollywood, you are a dead man. That is in 1996. That's in 1996. That's when Spielberg starts it all, basically. You can't get tighter, you can't get more connected. You can't have a clearer trail. So therefore, if anybody ever says he lost his case, please question that. It was completely thrown by the attorney they provided, who came to me, who housed the honeypot wife, landlord of her, housed the Disney person who was the director of Lion King and Beauty and the Beast, who was going to exclusively contract with me, whose sister was one of the heads of legal, who gave us gifts, who also made sure, besides the suspended license, that the case was thrown, and after it was thrown, because he didn't serve the defendants, didn't do anything in time, I said I was going to go before the judge. He said, you can't do that, don't go before the judge, don't go before the judge, I'm going to go before the judge and get these people served. And so what happens when I say I'm going to do that? That's when you get this thing about, if I can just find it right here. Shoot, I just lost it. I want to emphasize this point. Here we go. No, that's not it. Sorry.
You're okay. No rush.
There's an important part here I'm getting to where remember I showed you the scenes of when Joel Silver left and when Mike Lang left?
Yeah.
Okay, here they are. So when I say to the attorney who already threw our case a couple times, they go on vacation, disappear, and the statutes run out, right? If we had a real legit attorney and filed in 2009, we would have won. Matrix won and everything. He made sure that our media was struck, that our evidence was weeded through, altered, things like that. And that's all the public hears through their sources. He lost his case. You look it up, he lost his case. He had a suspended license. And after it's thrown, who stipulated to allow them to come forward and serve the defendants? But what happened just before that is March 16, 2012, April 27, 2012, Mike Lang resigns, Joel Silver resigns, because Tom Aldhouse says he's going to go before the judge and make sure defendants are served. So what happens is they make sure Rankin's going to be viable. So they stipulate, Warner Bros. Attorneys stipulate that we can serve the defendants, go ahead, after you miss the deadline, and they are the ones that are going to be for Rankin, his sponsor, to get his license reinstated. Why? He already won the case through fraud. Why? Multiple times. And so they do, and they had to go back twice. And keep in mind that they become his expert witness. Warner Bros. Attorneys, that was his classmates, he called them classmates from the University of Berkeley, to throw the case. And it gets more and more entangled and more off the charts, because my daughter, Little Girl in the Matrix, is about me wanting to reunite my family. My daughter at the time was 6. So I'm writing to reunite my family. What father writes a screenplay for his daughter and sons to reunite them? Do you think that daughter would be like, oh my God, that's so sweet that you fought for me and did it worldwide? You have a heart. No, that daughter was programmed by Robertson's organization and his social workers to believe that I was a narcissist, evil, satanic, and not to be associated with again. They altercated him. And my sons had told me the reason they were killed, both my sons were murdered, was they came forward as adults and said, we remember this happening. Here's what happened. They said Terrace caved first. Terrace caved in first and believed her daddy was evil, and does to this day. She said that I wrote the piece for my own glory, not to help her. Really? That's your response to your daddy? Trashed me all over the line. But she was handled. The handoff firm for Rankin was another classmate from University of Berkeley, Ralph Rios and Associates, Pasadena. Ralph Rios and Associates, let's go back to that connection of the Art of War type circle. We talked about Bonaventura, Lenny Coco. Lenny Coco getting the script to Bonaventura, who is best friends with Lenny Coco. Lenny Coco, the connection with Robertson, where Nadia Centino, the daughter-in-law, is sent by Robertson, a student, to make sure her father-in-law gets the script and Bonaventura gets the script. After it's submitted to Disney through Ned and Judy Nankovich, who get top positions at Universal and Disney. While the sex ring is being shared by Robertson and Disney, Michael Eisner's green stamp on that. So what happens is there's another connection. Ralph Rios and Associates, the ones that are going to be the handoff firm when I get rid of Rankin, they're going to take over, doing a song and dance. Ralph Rios and Associates has a relative named Jacob Rios. Jacob Rios marries my daughter. Make sure it's handled. Doesn't work a day in his life, is part of the Mexican mafia. If you see his picture. Never worked a day in his life. Wants to be a Hollywood star. And he is married to the daughter who trashes me everywhere now. No thank yous to dad. She caved at those Robertson talks. Kirk is the first one that told me. Kirk said, my second son said, Dad, he came to Maui. He said, Dad, we were told we weren't allowed to see you, that you were evil. We were told these sessions. No, this is where I get emotional, so I apologize. They claim I have no emotion, that I am a narcissist, no feeling. Sophia Salish says it. How can you not have feeling? My sister now, yes, they call it putting your emotions in the freezer. If you're going to get your awards, you have to put your emotions in the freezer for the FBI. So that's what she did. She has no feelings at all anymore. She just had my dad murdered by starving him to death, being his POA, when he's begging for food and asking to be out of the hospital. She wouldn't allow it. She doped him up so he would starve to death over a 40-year period. Then she had the audacity to get on her face page and say that her dad thanked her for her health care. When I called to talk to my dad on the phone, she said, get him off of there. So what happens was, that's her. Remember the call that she made with Sean? Yeah. Sean's killed. So what happens is, Kirk comes forward and tells me that these sessions occurred. Terrace caved first. Sean didn't know what to do. So they gave up on Sean because he was too confused enough. They told Kirk, unless you believe your dad's evil and a narcissist, which would fit their program, they don't want witnesses, this will never stop, these sessions. So he said, Dad, I pretended to. When he told me that these happened, it was a death sentence. So they gave him a Mason's death.
What happened?
When he went to his mom on an Air Force base, because one of the rewards his mom got, this Robertson player that helped throw things, she became a captain in the Air Force when she flunked at everything, flunked out of school, flunked at her nursing school, flunked everything. I helped her get through. And so she gets this 40-year-old top promotion thing, which they do. These guys are suddenly getting all these rewards, like my sister I described. So he goes to the base in Japan, goes to go swimming. He's an expert swimmer and diver. He's like 26 at the time. And had just told me all this stuff. I knew it was going to be trouble. And he's killed in a lap pool, drowned in a lap pool. Stars and Stripes, you can still see the article online where it says they'll do an investigation. They never do. They don't name the lifeguard. I've been a lifeguard. On a military base, any pool at all, you do not leave a person in the pool, especially long enough to drown. On a military base, there's cameras. There's no investigation. His body's cremated. And he was revived. They say it in the article. They don't say how he dies. But my sister's right there to play her part. My sister announces, she wasn't there, but she announces that Kirk said he was going to hold his breath underwater and for as long as he can. And lifeguard, he said, you know, you're going to be fine, left, and he just drowned. Really, Julie? Really? Really? Anything for a cover story. Any lies possible. While they have the talking point, it's all lies. Everything I'm telling you, they'll say it's all lies. Check out the Stars and Stripes. So what happens is he's murdered a lap pool. How's that a Mason thing? The Mason code that we recite all the time in the Masons. Yes, I was in the Masons. I was recruited by Lauren Holmberg, who is a CIA operative, made no bones about it. He even jokes about exports, imports from Africa. So that'd be blown my mind, and all this information I'd learned through whether you lead were fascinated by your story. And
was that generational too, Tom? Was your father a Mason or grandfather?
My grandfather. So what's the Masonic death? The code we recite. What's part of that code? If we're ever betraying the Masons or a brother, we will die a Mason's death. We will die a cable's length from shore, disemboweled in the shallows. Drowned. They go in the shallows. It's a message to me. They want me to know, and they had contact to tell me if I didn't get it, they're gonna let me know that your son is murdered because you dared to what? What'd they tell me? Quote, you dared to face us down. Dared to face them down. That's my crime. By speaking right now, I'm daring to face them down. What did the corrupt chief police say, or was relayed to me by the contacts? We know you're concerned for your last son's safety. What's the message, Emma? If I speak, my last son dies. Aiden's the one that told me. He is 15 now, honor student, plays soccer, piano. About his mom. With a mom that had a criminal record, prostitution, had been in jail. Cut him off, said he should never have been born because she was doing a job for Michael Lang. I've got Sophia Stewart coming at me, mocking me on the phone, calling, saying, your son's died because of you, because you were in a cult. She likes to mock. She likes to call. Sophia Stewart is from Warner Brothers. Her own person says she's an in-house witch for Warner Brothers.
Okay.
She came out of USC, where a lot of these players come out of USC that fail and are given a back door into success. If you fail as a writer, you're employed under the D program. Wachowskis were too. They failed at everything. Their mom said they like to play video games. They're brought in to be in-house claimants to help the theft. So if you fail in Hollywood and you're coming out of USC, you can be employed as an in-house claimant. The director for Alder Carbon, same thing out of USC, Joel Silver brought her out. When the car missed me in Canada, Becca sent us to Canada when she went to Mike Lang, and went to Mike Lang for success in Hollywood. And there's a very interesting phone call that Mike Lang, Becca has with me, when Aiden, I think she's going to join us in Canada after sending us there. It was all set up with the Trudeau administration. Trudeau administration actually says that Aiden and I were attacking Canada. Is that what? What? A father and his son trying to survive? He's a writer and has awards in his work? What? Yeah. While they're making a boon off of Alder Carbon in Canada. The finance minister for Trudeau said they made the biggest money they've ever made. Where does Julie go on one of her expensive trips? She's an unlicensed elementary school counselor. To the Caribbean. Same place Trudeau went on that yacht in the Caribbean. So what you have is such a tight circle of them using their same assets and same resources and same connections for the rewarding system too. And people get drunk on the rewards. I have contact after contact of people saying the FBI has contacted me now, and they turn on me. The FBI works with Hollywood to benefit off intellectual property. It's better than poppy fields. It's better than prostitution, anything, gambling, racketeering, anything for them. You're only dealing with one family. You make them a villain. You take their work. You destroy their lives. Especially if they dare to face you down. Now they're saying I've won the chess game. That I have the power. That if name credit's restored to my work, well, we have the exact proof, Emma. There's no doubt about it. It's right there. All the matchups are in there. Train station, the mirrors, everything. But that's why they flooded the airways with he lost his case. Meanwhile, they're killing off the sons. Sean, Altered Carbon, Canada. We're in Canada. Joel Silver takes his name off of the project. He runs also from that after the Mazda SV5 charcoal gray vehicle misses me on my bike. I go down to the ground. I'm caught up, but I'm not killed. It speeds away. That vehicle shows up in front of our house delivering on Christmas Eve at 3 a.m. in the morning when I'm wrapping gifts for my last surviving son, and delivers papers from the Trudeau administration saying I'm not allowed to leave, but I will be deported. And they put their top people on me. But I'm not allowed to leave because they want to make it a show. I'm not illegally there. Doesn't matter. Trudeau has something in mind while he parties with the Joel Silver crew. So since I missed, they do two things. Altered Carbon, Joel Silver takes his name off of it. He has the USC director pulled out of USC to direct it, who actually did The Loft and other things too, about honeypot wives going to lofts. Also, at the same time, The Matrix is shelved, Matrix 4. Merchandise on the shelves, the Wachowskis make an announcement, it's shelved indefinitely. That's when the car missed me. The car also, charcoal gray Mazda SV5, also shows up outside the house of another copyright party I'm sharing the copyright with to protect my family, since I understood Mike Lang's strategy, which was death of the author, absorb the work. So I shared the copyright. Now you have to have death of the authors. Not going to happen. So what happens is we can outlive them. That car shows up, same vehicle that ran me down, taking pictures of the domicile of their home. Yeah. Same thing happens when Aiden and I go to my mom's house, where Julie is saying, don't let him come here, he's evil, don't let him come. We have nowhere else to go. Everything's been pulled. Finances, jobs, you name it, it's all gone. Why they call you a bum. I go to caretake my parents, they're elderly. At least I can do that to not have that job taken away. Approached. And at that time, when we first arrived there, the car pulls up out front to let us know it's a signature vehicle, the Mazda, the Owl. And they also have this gentleman coming up doing a leaf blower, taking pictures of Aiden and the mailbox in the house. They cited for the cars that are going to pull up and harass you. Aiden and his friend get chased down by people in dark windows. The police do nothing about it. They won't do anything about it. I get chased down the golf course, nothing done about it. When the car misses me in Canada, Joel Silver moves on from the project just for a bit, and Sean contacts me. Sean and Aiden have a conversation. Be careful, Dad. We're proud of you. This is hard for me. We're gonna make the work. I'm gonna tell your story. So Sean and Aiden are connected. And I'll tell you one thing, Teresa Joyce, who was a host that did 5 interviews with me, she was bought by the FBI. I have her last communique she sent me. What am I going to do now? I'm just going to... Where the FBI, she said, wants to work with her. After that, she started saying my tears were acts. That's about the cruelest thing you could say to somebody who's talking about their children. So anyway, because it doesn't fit their agenda to say that he has no feelings. So Sean's telling her, Aiden, we're going to do this. And the next day he's killed. And the contact calls me and lets me know why he's killed. And keep in mind, that's when Julie calls after 2 years of absence. And it's as cold as ice. Now I'm saying, thank you, Julie, for calling. Thank you so much for calling. Yes, Sean just died. Expecting condolences. And you hear it like this. Tom, you have to say you're angry, bipolar, and suicidal. Say it back to me. But that's what the man whispering between. Say you're angry, suicidal, bipolar. So Sean is killed. No condolences from Julie Zarco.
What happened to Sean?
He was killed by a snowplow.
Oh dear.
And I was informed that a snowplow is from X-Files. It was purposely set up. In the article, he's cremated. In the article, the snowplow driver isn't named, just like the lifeguard isn't named. It was purposely set up. In the article, police are involved. You have Montgomery County. You have, I showed you, Dan Friel. Dan Friel will do anything. The FBI and so what happens is I finally get to see a picture after pressing of the vehicle. The passenger side is dented in with a snowplow up against it. That's not instant death. He was killed by the police. Per FBI orders. Contact makes it clear to me I'm supposed to know, because who's going to believe me? So they want the target to know. That's when they followed up later with, we know you're concerned for Aiden's safety. Now go back to Spielberg and what he put in 2002 in Minority Report. Sean will be killed. You'll be put away on the 302. The 302 attempts followed with the SWAT teams. And when that didn't work, you have them now mixing the psych people with the SWAT teams. They show up together now. That's how they're going to make sure 302s stick on American targets. American people that are trying to do service for the world, help children, create art, kill the artists. We are worse than World War II Germany now, Nazi Germany, which we absorbed through paperclip. So now we're worse than them. The CIA, the FBI, the NSA, they've learned how to improve their evil, how to improve their dirty doing, what Nazi Germany had, which we financially sponsored and learned from. So now it's the same thing that happened in Germany, where they took the intellects and the artists and the professors and eliminated them to neuter the public. They're doing that here in our country. So he was killed by a snowplow. That's the X-Files. There's no reason he should have died. After he had said he was proud of his dad, of course, Julie's going to spread that he wasn't. In fact, my dad had said to me on the phone, and we recorded it, he said, Tom, you're a straight shooter. I'm proud of you. Finish the work, this documentary, The Truth Out, doing interviews with you, Emma, and others. He said, finish that. That was turned around by my brother that was there, who then announced to the family and through my sister that my dad was screaming for me to leave, get Tom off the phone, get him out of here. It's not what my dad said. It's recorded. They don't care about the truth. They don't care about it at all. So that precious moment I was recording was the last moment I had with my dad, was turned into that I was some kind of monster. Then Julie and Jack were saying that I was waving a gun around, was going to come and shoot them. They were going for another 302. When Aiden and I left Pennsylvania to come down to Texas for our safety, they sent the psych team and SWAT team to the house, my poor mom. They were claiming that my mom had no idea where Aiden and I were, that I was kidnapping Aiden. What? I've been his father all along? Julie's the one that said that, but my mom was the one that helped sponsor our trip, set it up, and made it happen. So how could she be out of the know? This is how dark it gets, how deep it gets, how far they go. They don't think there'll be witnesses. They don't think anything. But what you said earlier on, I think with your intro and what you followed up with, was very, very profound and very important. The more word is out, the less they can take us down. Now I have a responsibility, the mantle on my shoulders, to make sure others that don't have a voice have a voice. There's no doubt I wrote the Matrix story, and the others that go on, the others that were taken from it. Sense8, after they threw our case, Sense8 was announced by Wachowski's. Oblivion was announced by Disney and Warner, or Joel Silver, and Warner Bros. Decided to work through Sony. Keep in mind, Terry Blanner's sister works for Sony Legal. Sony and Warner Bros. Was going to do Elysium. Family names are all in again. Jack and Julie, lead characters in Oblivion. That's a thank you to them. In Bound, which was the audition piece, to make sure Joel Silver could get the Wachowskis to steal the work, not Wendy Wasserstein. And he wanted the suits to choose them. Wachowskis actually have an article in '95 where they said they failed as assassins, they failed as writers in Hollywood, they have to pack their bags and leave, unless they're given something to direct. Another article, they're asked, what's next after Assassins? They go, well, pause, it says in the transcript, we're hoping to give them the Science Project. The Science Project is the code name. They don't say Matrix, they say Science Project. Along with Carnivore and Plastic Bag, it's still not done. So that's what happens. They're given it. They try to get it under budget. That's what they're doing. That's why the train station scene has changed from a crowded scene with tons of people pushing their kids forward for a better life in it, right? Mold down to just a static shot of an Indian family who's well-to-do. Is not supposed to be well-to-do. That doesn't make any sense. A well-to-do family trying to get their child in the program. They don't make any sense of it. They say just a footnote, and they cheapen the budget. I have a stadium scene. They wanted the stadium scene, they say in articles, but it was too expensive. So that's why even in Elysium, they were going to do the society, segregated society outside with the Immortals program. He wanted to do that too. And in fact, the writer Blomcroft or whatever said writing for him is like pulling teeth. They did not show the actors, Matt Damon or the actors, any script. They showed them a visual storyboard. Wachowski's lifted my work. Look at all the tabs. That's just part of the 190 matchups, including Jackson Egg, Red Pill, Blue Pill, train station scene, identical figures at the end, pulse wave coming out, Earth turning green, Zion, counselors, everything is in here. Liquid mirrors. They lifted the images out into a visual storyboard, used that on set. The fight choreographer contacted me, one fight choreographer, and he said, this was in one hand, the visual storyboard in the other, board in the other, and they made it up as they went along. Now with Matrix 4, they admit they make it up as they go along. Where their attorney said it was all one seamless piece. No. In an article in 2003, Joel Silver says he hoped he used up the rest of the story on set. The attorneys for Warner Brothers and Rankin provided claimed Joel Silver had nothing to do with The Matrix. He owns the franchise, along with Wachowski's. It was the big thing Joel Silver wanted to do. The attorneys and the bought attorney, Rankin, to make sure he never gets deposed. And they kept saying, we're not going to do it, we're not going to do it. The contract that Rankin gave me, I didn't know. In it, first of all, he gave me a contract, then says he didn't know where it was after he throws the case. And they try to argue it was just a social connection. That was 2.5 years of working on this stuff, running out the clock he did. Then he disappears on vacation where we're supposed to file missing deadline, then shows up after the deadline's missed saying, oh, I guess we missed it. After 2.5 years of work and our whole life's at stake. And then we say, well, maybe we could work it this way. And so it's like, okay, I'll file. They already know the case is thrown. They had the proof I didn't know. I didn't know where there was an actual, that I was actually wrong in trying to proceed after 2009 was thrown. So what they do is they know they can't lose. So that's why they stipulate, after I'm saying I'm going to serve the defendants, I got to talk to the judge. And Rankin went on vacation again not to do it. That's why Joel Silver and Mike Lang leave, as the articles show, right then. We didn't know Mike Lang was involved yet. And that's why it was the Warner Brothers attorneys that stipulated we could serve the defendants. Think of it, Emma. They already won their case. Why would Joel Silver and the Wachowskis and Warner Brothers allow themselves to be served in a case to go forward if they already won? Because they want access to all the author's notes, materials, scripts, because they already know the case is thrown. So let's stipulate to go forward. You go ahead and file into your case, and we'll put in our own media you lost. So whenever people see he lost his case, no, we lost our rights. And now since it's all fraud, we can come forward. Now they're very scared of us coming forward and actually filing. But yeah, both sons murdered and threats I made him. And a totally bought daughter who will trash me everywhere now, married to the relative of the providing attorneys that were to throw the case, connected very deeply. And the connection gets a little better. Who is the relative of Lenny Coco who Robertson used through his student, related, to get to Bonaventura, Lenny Coco's best friend? Ralph Frias and Associates is a little more connected than that. Ralph Frias and Associates, Miriam Espinoza, the paralegal in charge of handling me through that, is related to Lenny Coco. They're relatives.
It's a big club and we're not in it.
That's right. Yet they're scared to death. They said we won the chess game. This piece right here, people talk all over the web of all these different things. There's many people that have been gaslighted, targeted, ruined, and survivors out there. All their stories need to be told. This piece right here is what defeats those that did them in. This ties everybody from the FBI, the CIA. Incidentally, Neo is actually in the original work as a lower echelon head of a CIA department. You can't get better than that. Everything was being revealed. Robertson's plans, everything's there. The text there, Neuralink is all through it. iPad, Siri, everything's there. Why is there Siri? Why does Siri come to be? It's in the screenplay where it's integral to the story, where our main character loses his wife. Now, the Wachowskis didn't want the relationship. The reason they failed as writers on Assassins is they took the sentimental relationships out, the love story out. So they brought another writer in to finish it. They were very angry at Warner Brothers and wanted this piece as consolation. And they were given it in the end. But they took the love relationship out of that. Trinity and Neo is not the love relationship. It's very shallow, very plastic. Having sex while the rave's going on, not really deep thinking. In mine, the main character loses his wife and his daughter early on. The daughter, you see a little girl at the train station in a crowded scene, people desperate to put themselves in the people in the program, the kids in the program. Trafficked, they don't know that. It's about child trafficking. Wachowski's ruined that whole theme. It's based on kinder transport from World War II Germany, where the Jewish families were allowed to put their kids onto trains to get out of Germany for one day only. We'll never see your children again. Now I sympathize and empathize with those people. I'm part of that story. The very author that they say they put me in my own screenplay. So that's why the train station is there, Wachowski's, if I may, where they say it's just a subplot, ruining the relationship between Neo and his daughter. It sets up the satisfying ending where they keep the exact same sequence. In fact, it was argued on set, the Wachowskis say, that everybody said blow up the Matrix. They should have. They should have. Because if you keep my exact same images and story and rip the spine out by taking them out of order, the ending won't work, Wachowskis. It won't work. It doesn't work. Everybody on set knew that, apparently, and was saying blow it up. Why are they debating how to end the story if they have a full script? Why is there a debate? Why is Joel Silver saying in the article at the end, on set, before they watch the rushes, we hope the story ties together now. We hope we used up the rest of the story. If you made the story, then you would know. You wouldn't bankroll it with union people and wages and investments if you didn't know. What film company goes on set to make up a story unless they have a script? Who's going to invest in it unless they know? Well, the good question of who's going to invest in it, who says they own the work? Investment companies. So even though there's no script except mine on set being made up as it goes along, the reason they're going to go head forward with investing is the investment companies claim they own it. They created it. You can't get more mind-blowing than this. They said, their own journalists said, they own TMZ. They own TMZ. Warner Brothers attorneys, if you call TMZ, it'll say Warner Brothers. Linda Burrow, who's classmates with Rankin and Rios, that daughter connection and everything, and Lenny Coco, they're all from the University of Berkeley. Linda Burrows is attorneys for TMZ, and now attorneys for Netflix, where the Wachowskis are laundering through and saying Joel Silver. Altered Carbon's through Netflix. What's the premise of Altered Carbon? The greatest sci-fi concept ever formed, they said, that the rich in the future have immortality, the poor is used as pawns. That's the immortal story treatment premise. The rich are have immortality, the poor is used as pawns. So Joel Silver now gets credit for the greatest sci-fi concept ever. But that's not all. The other defendants want to have credit too. So now through anime, Warner Brothers and University of Berkeley both want to cash in. University of Berkeley creates Crunchyroll. Crunchyroll is owned by Warner Brothers and Sony. Crunchyroll does Darling in the Franxx, top show in the world, anime, world market, worth billions. What's in that? The rich have immortality, the poor is used as pawns. You've got the gate, the liquid kind of gate where the person's pulled through by the female protagonist. That's ours. You've got the things in the back of the neck. You've got the memories erased. You've got the children artificially made and then selected and eliminated if they're not perfect to distill down to the ones that you really want that serve the function. That's it. On and on it goes. With Warner Brothers cashing in, Sony cashing in, Joel Silver cashing in, and the Wachowskis cashing in. Matrix 4 was done. It was time for Christmas when I was supposed to be dead with a 302. Jobs taken in New York at the Forge. Rewards given, unbelievable. My cousin Todd given unbelievable rewards. Broadway nominations. Get to argue at the Supreme Court. Even modeling a shot of him with wearing 3 different types of expensive clothing and shoes. Armani, Boss, you name it. He's wearing it and modeling and saying, look what I have the day after my 302. No call from Todd, my cousin. Sister, floor of Congress, national treasure. Being shown by Fitzpatrick after the 302. Timed for Christmas, when the clinicians that I had that were supposed to say, do a thorough evaluation so I could appease the sister, finally shut her up maybe, again, and came up with just PTSD effects, which is like I'll tear up over the loss of my sons. You saw that. You saw it. I can't hide it. That was turned. That official diagnosis after 12 weeks. I didn't see the person again, was approached by Fitzpatrick and Julie. And they've gotten to turn it around and do a handwritten assessment with everything Robertson wanted, from paranoid schizophrenic to bipolar 1 and 2. My sister wanted like a shopping list. What? There was no more meetings. 12 sessions had finished. It was PTSD only. Why was this done off the cuff? And then child services, 302 implemented, everything Fitzpatrick and Julie wanted, and Robertson wanted all on there, including Eisner and Joseph. They run the system, and the rewards, the clinician, Caitlin Farrell, who was said that she was actually sitting next to me on the couch when we're done, shaking my hand, saying, I'm so glad I got to meet you. It's an honor. I believe everything. I know it's true. You have the diagnosis. Good luck with it all. I'm proud of you. Without seeing her again, she changes everything, handwritten. Surprise attack for Christmas. And she gets vacations. Never see her again. Vacations, rewards, website redone. She's the star. That's how they do it. They believe everybody has their price. I'm glad you took the time here to go over this stuff too, because when you put the pieces together, now keep in mind all these factors, Emma, and watch shills, because they control computers, phones, you name it. The helicopter fly we just had the other day was, again, a helicopter came at me, a military helicopter, where people were gathered below going, oh my God. Watch the shills go, BS. Watch them go, nothing, no story here. Watch them go, he's a fraud. Have I shown evidence? Do we connect the dots? Is it tight? Is it plausible? If I have a voice for other survivors, I'm going to use it. And it's kept my last son alive. No matter if I win and get name credit, I'll never see my voice again on this plane, on this earth. I won't. I feel their presence. And even by saying that, Emma, I feel like a background of them going, look, he's crazy, he said that, because they're all over me every time. Then they say, oh, he's paranoid. No, I'm not the one with delusions. In fact, when I said that Joel Silver should have a deposition, we have on tape Rankin and his team that was provided by, remember he took that trip to Disney and met Burroughs in Disney before anything was even discussed? He came back with a new team in a remodeled office from Warner Brothers. And that team and him, Sam Snyder and him, with the remodeled office, was telling me Joel Silver has nothing to do with it. I said, he owns the franchise. I want to have Discovery with him. And Rankin is quoted as saying on that tape, I'm not going to entertain any more grandiose delusions. Grandiose delusions? That Joel Silver is part of Matrix? Anybody, please check it out. It's delusional. Number one favorite word they throw, you probably heard from other guests. Delusional. Delusional.
Oh, yeah.
Delusional.
Delusional, schizophrenic, crazy, always delusional. Always.
That's my sister's favorite word now. You're delusional.
Oh, yeah.
And then this phrase, you'll hear this phrase all the time. They'd love to throw this if they had the power. Get some help.
Oh, yeah.
Get some help.
Delusional. Get some help, see a therapist.
It's all lies. It's all lies, right. And then my favorite of all, we'll pray for you. Set in anger. And when you say back, I don't want your prayers. What? I don't want prayers from that type of heart. I'll take prayers from those that have the heart and compassion for humanity. Those are the prayers I'll accept. I think yours are coming from a different place. I'm glad we took the time, and I'm glad we got to go over some of these things. So as I asked, just keep in mind that when people come up with the shield moves, they're starting to look ridiculous. They know it. So they're being
I don't put up with that. That's one thing for me on my channel, on everything. As soon as somebody, and if anybody listening wants to try, you will get deleted and blocked right away. I do not put up with that. The people that I have on the show, that's what they've dealt with their entire lives.
His tactic.
His tactic. Gang stalking. Getting called delusional. Being silenced. I will not tolerate that. There is no silencing on this show. If anybody tries to come at, bring it on. I will delete you and block you.
You're a gem, Emma, and you are what they fear most. Robertson is most afraid of women. My brother, Robertson, these other players like Mike Lang, Harvey Weinstein, Michael Eisner, Joel Silver, the Wachowskis, they all look at women as objects. They will even come up to me, some of these players, and say, "Oh, you have that? Are you referring to the woman that's standing beside me as that?" That's their mentality. And so in essence, they inherit this fear of women. Smart, beautiful, articulate, talented. They are scared to death. It is your demographic that's going to change the world. All I can do is feed you evidence, because you're the ones that they're most afraid of. You are their Achilles heel. Because their biggest fear is being talked or revealed or cut down by a beautiful, talented, smart, articulate woman. They don't want that. Robertson doesn't want that. He wants to be man of the year. His demographic is women. That's his power base, he thinks. They're all concerned about their legacies. If a beautiful, talented, articulate woman and others like yourself out there that are getting on their hands dirty, doing the work, they don't want that. They're actually trying to institute a one world society where the men rule. At Robertson's organization, the women are subject, and they're using biblical references out of context to say that the woman is supposed to be the helpmate, support of the husband is the head, the woman is the tail. They are scared to death of a woman revealing them that their image and legacy may be tainted. And they do not want a woman lifting up those of us that have been targeted, that are actually good males. And that's why they say evil. And any woman that's come to me has been approached, like I said, within 2 weeks. And they're called anonymouses now. And these guys, they don't know them. They'll come in and just go on and on and on until they break, just like they did with my kids. And these women will fall for it because doubt is planted. And you can't blame them. They've known me for 2 weeks. Doubts can be planted. I've been told by attorneys they perfected their system. So others, I hope it brings some relief to other people who have been survivors to know I understand, you understand the tactics in the playbook. In fact, I'm trying to compose and write the playbook because we're off their pages now. They don't have to do with us. The evidence we have, the screenplay. Did you know that this work right here, well, I showed you the copyright entries with the Immortals, and there's more with ones with Warner Bros. And stuff, with special codes you have to access to see how they have it in the Copyright Office. They were going to switch this out for 8 pages of scribbled notes. That word came down to me through a contact. We got on board and contacted them, and they gave us this. So it almost played out where this would have been 8 pages of scribbled notes, and I would have been nothing to do I could do for my sons or for others. It was Rankin, Tony Rankin of Maui, who's classmates with Rios and Burroughs, who came to his aid, that let me know that 8 pages of scribbled notes would all I would find, because he had altered our poor man's patent and made it 8 pages of scribbled notes. So at depositions, I opened it, it's 8 pages of scribbled notes. And the guy, Tony Rankin, had matching tape recorders with me, Emma, at that deposition. Only mine, none of theirs, not allowed to do theirs. So 7.5 hours of mine. And he's taping everything with his recorder. He gave the wrong tape recorder. He gave me his. So now I've got them on tape saying, besides all this interlude between them, that it's a moot point to ask for any discovery at that time. No discovery will be given. That's fraud. That's not a fair, that court case can't count. Even though they have clauses saying ruling with prejudice on what? You know, on an MSJ. MSJ is their go-through. Motion for summary judgments are go-to play. Where the guy takes in summation and they just throw it. No reasons, really. No reasons given. We can't. In fact, in Sophia Stewart's summary judgment, it was 65 pages or so. In mine, it was a page and a half from Klausner. Bush's and Robertson's first selection to the courts in California. Why? Because Robertson said he was wanting conservative judges to make conservative decisions so he'd no longer be a second-class citizen. Decisions not based on evidence, based on what he wants them to rule. His favors. And so you have that summary judgment given where it's not based on evidence at all. And Rankin was the one that warned me. And so what happened, taunted me, saying you're going to find 8 pages of scribbled notes, because he put 8-page scribbled notes in that, like I said, in that altered packet. The thing is, Emma, the altered poor man's packet was done after James Boyd's submission. James Boyd, the submitting attorney, who submitted for Bonaventura's bequest to Warner Brothers. And what does James Boyd have? James Boyd's affidavit says that he had everything. It was submitted. They received it. It's notarized. He also has, I know I'm flashing this quickly, but just to show you I have it. The receipt and tracking number, June 25th, 1993, Warner Brothers, 4000 Warner Brother Lane. Script, story treatment, music, everything's going in. Now, Rankin had told me that he contacted James Boyd, and James Boyd said he had nothing, therefore you no longer have a case done. I contact James Boyd, he had everything. That's how deep this went. The poor man's patent was made after James Boyd's submission. James Boyd has a script, he has music, he has everything. He has a story treatment, everything's there, notarized, everything, submitted. So why would I create a poor man's patent that was tampered with by Rankin and Burroughs? Why would I have a poor man's patent that has 8-page scribbled notes? That's this Boyd's thing sees it. And when they took out the notarized statement out of the packet, when Rankin ripped it out when he was at our house, claimed he had to take a phone call. Buried it under my child's artworks will be lost. He didn't found it the day before depositions. It had been ripped open and everything, then resealed badly by Rankin. It's not very good. So what happens is we open it up. The first page of the story treatment's missing, Emma, with the scribbled notes. Why? Because when Rankin took out the notarized statement was on the back of the first page of the story treatment. So what they do at the deposition, Rankin actually says on the tape, "Oh, let's get it out of Mr. Aldhouse's hands before he has a chance to go through it." After I opened it and found this to be the case, held the pages saw that it's missing. Let's take it out of his hands before he has a chance. Why don't you go copy it off? Take it out of the room. Lead attorney for Warner Brothers. Take it out of the room and copy it before we have a chance to put it on record. Why would you do that? Linda Burrow goes and takes it and copies it. We're waiting a long time. She comes back and makes